1 minute remaining. I'll lead with US ISM Services PMI. Ten seconds. 53.8, 53.8, higher than forecast. 51. Services prices paid. 58.1, 58.1, lower than forecast. 59. Services new orders. 54.1, 54.1, higher than forecast. 53.2. Services employment. 47.1, 47.1, lower than forecast. 47.2. Seeing some upside in dollar, downside in stocks. The US dollar extends gains versus the yen after US services data, last up 0.7% at 156.01, and US 10-year Treasury yields rise, last at 4.324%. Noting the Dixie rising, last up 0.1% at 104.25. And the euro turns flat versus the dollar, last at $1.0874. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast a draw of 2.3 million on the prior draw of 4.156 million, with a range of a build of 1.5 million to a draw of 3.51 million. Distiller inventories forecast a build of 2.17 million on the prior build of 2.544 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 1.7 million on the prior build of 2.022 million, and crude Cushing inventories forecast a draw of 1.766 million. Bear in mind, yesterday's API crude oil stock change came in at a build of 4.052 million. We also get the Bank of Canada press conference with Governor Macklem. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventory forecast a draw of 2.3 million. On the prior draw of 4.156 million, with the range of a build of 1.5 million to a draw of 3.51 million. Distiller inventories forecast a build of 2.17 million on the prior build of 2.544 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 1.7 million on the prior build of 2.022 million, and crude Cushing inventories prior a draw of 1.766 million. Bear in mind, yesterday's API crude oil stock change came in at a build of 4.052 million. We also get the Bank of Canada press conference with Governor Macklem. One minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA crude oil inventories. $10. build 1.233 million, build 1.233 million, higher than the expected draw of 2.3 million. Gasoline inventories, build 2.102 million, build 2.102 million, higher than the expected build of 1.7 million. Distiller inventories, build 3.197 million, build 3.197 million, higher than the expected build of 2.17 million. And crude Cushing inventories, build 0.854 million, build 0.854 million.
Yeah, I was speaking on Discord, Flex. I was just saying watch this 15 to 20 to see if it'll stay bid or if we flip below. On a look below, we watch to see if it goes offer. All we're doing on ES and RTY is looking at this value retest at the highs, seeing if buy side can sustain. So really keep an eye on your overnight high on RTY and keep an eye on your ES value high into this 32 while we test NQ. Again, like what we're looking for here is this going to need to be a structural repair where we make our offer where this previous bid was and make this 15 to 20 resistance for a pushback down to this previous fire, right? Or can the bid maintain here on any dip and this just turns into a flag for a continuation play and trend? That's basically it. And that's going to have a lot to do with, again, can we build here on ES, get back above our overnight high, and start to really bid over 32s? They think the Russell here into our overnight
Bank of
high
Canada's
and our
Macklem
previous
says the
week
path
value
of any
low.
future interest rate cuts are likely to be gradual.
Understanding like if this doesn't find our buyer here, then just coming back down to our value edge makes a ton of sense. No, I'm glad you said something. I wasn't planning on being muted for the entire day on YouTube. Let me change this. This is from our probably a bit easier to see. See DXY trying to get a bit of a bid. Yes, into our value high edge. See if we can hold or if we look back in and then rotate through value. This 52 edge on the Russell is just really what we want to continue to see hold.
Bank of Canada's Macklem says we don't need to move lock in step with the US Federal Reserve.
Are you sure?
Fitch says we expect China's new home sales value to decline by 15 to 20% to 8.3 trillion Chinese yuan to 8.8 trillion Chinese yuan in 2024.
Really great hold of our ES value high and bid. Now testing our overnight high, seeing if our buyer can push us back above and hold for the flag to form, like we
And
talked
Fitch
about.
says signs of
52 still holding
stabilization
on the
in China's
Russell,
secondary home
battling
market
with
have
our overnight
diminished,
high.
with asking prices maintaining a downward trajectory.
Like to see 20s now go bid here on NQ. We don't want to see DXY be able to break these these lower highs. If DXY is able to break out, then we're gonna have a bunch of options. It's not gonna be fun. But so far, trend continuation looks pretty obvious to me as of yet. See if we can get a new high here to confirm. It's coming back up into the seller here, into this 30. Again, really keeping our eye on this DXY push.
Bank of Canada's Rogers says there's a pent-up demand in the housing market.
Yeah, that is the issue. See, this is the issue, is like I think that this might be a pretty solid area for puts for like end of week, but I think this is a pretty hard area to trade for futures short term. Because I think that like again, like as long as we're maintaining these highs, sell side can stay in control and buy side just gets exhausted. But I think trying to time it with futures in the short term without having, 20 points of drawdown is going to be pretty tough. Again, like we're just back up into this supply up here. But short term, I mean, we could just chop here for the next hour while maintaining higher lows, Makes it pretty difficult until we see something that's actionable across all three. I just want to highlight again if this is lost on people. This is our current distribution, right? What we're looking for is for sell side to take control at this lower tail for this move down if it's going to happen, or we're just going to continue to rotate here and build out this area. Same thing for buy side. We need to see this high become supportive where we're starting to hold like this 30-40 area, or we're just going to continue to rotate in this range. Once we see the offer like actually start to stick below on this lower tail on a reoffer, that's when you'll know that you have some potential. But just expect this to continue to just rotate as long as ES and RTY are just holding pivots. Again, really keeping an eye on DXY here on the break of that previous high. We can really see the offer attempting to lower down into it, but like, need more. The reason why I'm being so cautious is because, again, like I've said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. Like we are currently in short-term trend, and when we're pushing above our reversion boxes, I do not find the RR to be all that great for reversions back to value. Um, I'm looking for anything more than that. So like, how
Pick of
we've
Canada's
made
Macklem says
PVZ.
so far it's looking like a soft
Let me
landing
go
for
to
the
full screen
economy.
here. You see how this was our balance from our first PVZ zone on the day? And it was our resistance, and then we were able to get this bid above, and then we just had extreme momentum after we were able to push through this, after we got over these sellers here at 60s. This level has been somewhere where they've been eating it up over and over and over again for quite some time. So what we need to see now, or what we should be expecting, is like a reversion potentially to that area, but expecting more than that is going to be kind of stupid. I don't know how to really word it any better than that. We're just watching this AV WAP, right? This is now our trend continuation signal. Any reversions, any shorts are going to be pushing down into our AV WAP that we've put on this PVC because we're in trend, right? This is expansion. So what we need to see now is just, can we maintain our value edge, our AV WAP edge, and what is our reaction into this area? Short term, we have this pivot at this like 15 to 20. We understand that there's our ADR above, our
And
previous week
Macklem says
high, our
there is room
previous
for
week
the
value
economy to grow
high.
faster
This
than
becomes
potential for a
extraordinary
period.
resistance up top for our push and our target if we are able to hold. But right now, again, like we talked about, this can just chop here and build this out for the next 40 minutes. So is it worth trying to nab the exact top? I do not think so. But this is where we're looking for downside. We're looking for buy side. And this is where we're watching for targets for upside. That's really it, right? Until we see someone who's more active and willing to hold an edge, we will continue to trade in this upper distribution. If we can make this upper distribution resistance, like we're attempting to do right now, and we actually are able to push, we know where we're headed. Does that mean you have to take this short? No, you can just wait for us to come down into this level and look for a long continuation because it's trend. That's kind of what I'm really trying to get at here. So if you're unwilling to kind of attempt off of these lower highs and these lower lows, right, just a channel, you can just wait for us to come back down into our value retest and look for a bid to step in. There's no reason you need to play both sides of rotations, and we can understand the general direction that we're headed. If you want to play short-term scalps, I don't think there's anything wrong playing off of the mid of this node, but understand that if this ever pushes again, we're going to rotate back up to the highs, right? Understanding like your risk to reward here is all I'm trying to really get at.
And Macklem says we still need restrictive monetary policy.
Forty seconds until new 15s. Still just holding an inside candle from our previous 15 across the board on ES and Q, RTY. New PVZ just opened. Testing our 52s here on the Russell. Again, still just holding our inside candles.
Macklem says quantitative tightening is likely to end when the balance sheet normalizes.
Yeah, I think that's really all there is. So far, buy side's willing to just defend, right? This upper flag, NQ holding, ES holding, held our value high. Like, what are you gonna look into, right? Like, it's just continuation. Slow, but still just doing the thing. Yeah, it's basically what I have as well. Or, got 40-50, but it's 40. It's the same shit. Testing our top edges here on our 50-minute structure on NQ. ES is already broken, push new high. Russell still holding sell side and 53s. Just waiting on NQ to be able to push over or get absorbed again. There's cannot stand like slow trend. Just feels so bad. No, I'm not in anything. I think we probably just go to 50s here. Like, there's nothing really stopping us. It's the same thing that we talked about before. I just don't see anyone I really want to play off of with how slow we're moving. Again, it's just like you have to take like momentum scalps, and I am not in the mood to do that at all. The only like really solid trade that I think that had potential there was right like the retest into our value high on ES. It's the only like structural thing that really worked well. Everything else just kind of slow chop and then push. Yeah, exactly. It's just higher low, right? Just building out that node at the highs. Spend 30 minutes there, get a nice little squeeze your candle, and then build another for 30 minutes. Feel bad. And it's just trend.
Bank of Canada's Macklem says interest rates won't return to levels as low as they were before the COVID pandemic.
What am I supposed to do with no chest today? Oh my god.
And Bank of Canada's Macklem's news conference has ended.
See if PLTR can break out here. We want to see that push over value high here on PLTR. That push up into 2270, 2286. Once we get over that, we have a gap. This is like our last real structural level that we have to play off of, is this wick high, and then this is all just a gap. So far, this looks like pretty good trend where we're just holding our previous highs as supportive as our pivot for short term. You can see we're just holding our PVZ AV WAP. Getting your push into 50s. Yeah. So boring. Am I supposed to care about this? Coming up into our pivot here in Russell. You need to see this push over 56.8. There's some sell side pressure here earlier. Yeah, and then 35 makes sense. This is a slow grind, man. Wow, Tom. Jesus. That was a quick one. I still can't get over that person asking about Sunday streams. That was so funny. Yeah, Flex. Pushing up into our next target here on NQ into our 67s. This is our previous week value high. 40s for ES if we can get over on RTY here at this 56.8. I think we probably get the continuation. Might as well. Watching our edge here on RTY. NQ and RTY still want to push, right? Then we will keep going. 67.25 for me is our first edge test here, Cass. Previous week value high. Then you've got your previous month value high at 80, 81, and then you have your ADR high at 92. Pushing into our 67s now. We see value is now shifted to this previous low. Really nice lift on RTY over our 56.8. Pushing into target now on ES into 40.5. Yeah, if we can maintain, I don't see why not, got your weekly value high up there, previous week POC, monthly value high. It's a good target.
So just noting the S&P 500 extending gains up to 0.65% now. A dollar still up as well. Dixie's up 0.2% on the session.
I'd like to see one more pullback here on NQ down to retest our 50s, just like we retested our 3035 on ES, or sorry, on NQ. Do you see how we're just holding previous structure? So coming down into this again would be really nice. We don't need to do that, but it's kind of what I would hope for. We have two options here. We hold our previous week value high and make it supportive here at our 67s, or I'm looking for this pullback down into 50s and bid. Extreme trend is just going to be buy side willing to initiate over this value high and just continuing to chip like push. Pullback to previous structure would be pushing into our 50s and bid. So really just keeping an eye on these two levels to let us know if we're going to get anything more. ES coming into our target now. I've got 47.75 above this if we can make 41 supportive. But again, you can see the same thing that I just talked about on NQ, where we're just holding previous structure. So this would be like that for ES. We're just watching to see if we either build above and push, or I need to pull back into 49s. And this is just a simple trend continuation thing, right? Where we're just holding previous structure, coming back in, retesting, buy side initiates, sellers are still just not present, and we get continuation and slow grind. I totally get you, and that's fine. There will be better trades on the day. It's totally okay, Varg. You should trade what you're comfortable with, not just because price is going up or down, right? If you don't see the setup, then there's no trade. It's really that simple. Really nice break and push into our first target here on PLTR. I'm just going to post this so you guys have levels. Let me over 2286 hold, I think. Full gap fill quickly. Correct. Yeah, and again, just like what I was talking about, like this is your structural test here for term for value on ES. Like we're still just bidding and trying to build out this new node above. Get out of here. Peace. Not very often. It doesn't mean it's bad. I just have been using footprint a lot more lately. The reason why is because like I will play with an indicator for a while and try to develop a strategy out for us for our content and see if it's viable, if there's any edge there, if I can find it, and then I'll kind of pivot to the next thing because another part of my job is dev, right? So I'll start focusing in on a different thing once I've kind of created a strategy, taught the strategy, and then personally kind of move on. Yeah, that'll be easy, Ty. I'm thinking about releasing that one as free or trying to add it into like PPC or something into the last to print when those MOC timers go off. I just have to figure out if I have enough plots to work with. It'd be nice if it was just included because it already let us know on the indicator itself where when MOC open and closes. So incorporating it would make the most sense. Some decent size trying to load in here at the 60-65. Let's see if they get stuffed or if we're going to push back to that 50 off of this. Want this pullback into our AB WAPs across the board.
Hamas chief says the Hamas will deal with any agreement that is based on complete halt of the war and Israeli withdrawal from Gaza seriously and positively.
Solid bid off 50s so far. See if we get any more. Okay. Easy. I'm out one here. Into our 60-65. See if we can get back over 60-65, make it supportive on bid, or this is first target off of the hold of 50s. Offer really attempting to hold 65s. Watching Russell to see if we can make a new high here. New 15s opening now. Bid attempting to lift over 65s. That's 20 points off of 50s here. Need to see a new high relatively soon here, guys. Watching this retest into this like 65 previous week value high, 67. Just want to see if we can bid where the seller was before. We switch over to the 15 just so we can see what I'm talking about. Right, this is our pivot here. You can see sell side was active, then it flipped bid, and we pushed over. So we're watching to see this reaction again into this. Ideally, we can hold and make new high. I don't really want to chop here for very long. This gets a little murky. But again, like
US 10-year Treasury yields
20-point trades
287%, the
will
lowest
get you
since April
funded.
the 1st.
Like it's all about just finding a structural level that you want to play off of, playing around it, making money. Like you don't need the full extension, you don't need big moves. It's just finding good pivots, playing those, playing into target, calling it a day. I know. I was saying I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself. That's what's been keeping me streaming longer. Something to entertain myself. Wonder if Hikaru will be live. Might just watch that. Surely on his day off, his rest day, he'll just be streaming for 12 hours. Break day. I know I should have, but I didn't want to manage it. I really should have. It's all good. Yeah, I ended up getting I stopped out at 8-9. It is what it is. I really haven't been holding much overnight lately. I probably would have held if I didn't start playing Destiny last night. So we can blame him if anything. Oh. I'm glad she supports that one. I've had girlfriends in the past who do not like that phrase. Yeah. Yep. But I mean, like, what are you gonna do? It is what it is. Like, are you gonna be mad? What am I gonna do? Ooh. Slow grind. He is attempting a new high here. Trying to push over. Same with the Russell. 3 minutes left on this candle. Need to see a bit more from NQ. I think ES and RTY look a bit better here. $25. I haven't tried the 25. I know Aram likes the 30-second. I just use it to help visualize what I'm seeing on the DOM. That's literally it. It's really up to you and your preferences, what you feel comfortable with. But oh no, target. Oh, sorry about that. 15s. Wait, 19. Yeah, around there, Cass. I've got 22, but I think that 15-22 areas makes sense a lot. We can get over 92s here. Just like in this range, it's next target. If we can push over ADR high, should go for expansion. I was so close to refunding Destiny last night, by the way. Holy. We spent like 4 hours just waiting to play the game. Yeah, it's free to play as long as you don't want to actually play the game. There's like 25 expansions. But it's super cheap to get started now because you can buy all the previous expansions for like $29 now, and before it would have cost like 400. That's pretty solid. But the servers were an absolute mess. It was worse than Helldivers. That's possible, true. Well, they have to add more content, man. Like the gameplay loop is it's a little bit boring. And I don't care about like the major orders. Like I just don't have any interest. Yeah, I'll try it again. I think I'll pick it up again then for, at least a week. Give it a try. Russell's finally gotten to our target here. We're looking for 80s to ideally stay bid on NQ for this push into 93s. We want Russell to be able to maintain higher lows here, or a pullback down into 58s seems pretty likely if we can't manage to maintain higher lows. Understand with the Russell coming into our target at our weekly value high and previous week POC that we need to see this become supportive relatively quickly, or some balance occurring up here makes sense. And with the lack of momentum on RTY, we expect ES to have a slight pullback just until the Russell can find its low. I'm still long from 50s with 1/3 size, but I just want to point that out there that if the Russell can't build here and maintain higher lows, that we expect a bit more balance. Probably a retest coming back down into our like 41 area on ES. Just getting ready for that potential. Oh wow, 34K players. That is really dead. I didn't realize it was that bad. Mhm. I mean, if you look at the trend, like it was already slowly dying, but it definitely didn't help it. Here's our retest into our 41s I was just talking about on ES. See if the Russell can maintain this higher low, or if we're going to need a steeper pullback here and Q back down into our pivot here at our previous week value high. Again, it's just a loss of momentum. We get nice trend up when NQ and RTY are pushing together. Finding that bottom on RTY will be great for us here. I would love to do an ARC server if I could get people to play. There's so much to do in that game. The issue I've found with games like that these days is that everyone's just kind of growing up, and it's so hard to find time for games that require that much grind and that much like screen time. This is the same problem with V Rising. Sorry, same thing with like Rust, right? Like they're really fun games, but they just require you to like dedicate your life to it for the session. Yeah, like that's nuts. What happened with them? Are you talking about like the Atlas ordeal when they tried to make like that the pirate game? Oh wow. Yikes. We're just looking for the Russell to pull back into this level here. Same thing with ES. We're just looking for a recovery of 41 here. If we can get it off of our stacked. Understand that we have this LVN to play off of. We should expect dips to be bought into the low end of this rotation, just as before. Could you not just switch to a different game, Boris? With like a better community? If it's just like a server providing, right? Or do you like run individual servers? under like a network branding. Got it. Yeah, I see. I used to do stuff like that as well. It's a lot of work, man. In college, I was doing that for Minecraft on a huge network. The amount of like infrastructure that actually goes into it is nuts. Yes, yeah, they can. You have a good team. And I was going to school for game dev at the time, so like it was really nice being able to work with a bunch of college kids that were all like had interest, and no one was really in it for money and just like making stuff. You it depends on how you run them. Usually there's like tiers of like roles. You get different things, get extra benefits, get access like when servers are full, right? There's like a bunch of stuff. You could do it like also like pay to win. It really just depends. But we were like right in on when Hunger Games was super popular, we were like the first network that made like a Hunger Games style server network called Hungercraft. And it was like big. Like when I say like Minecraft, people think it's like oh it's like a kids game, but like we were doing like I don't know 300K, 500K concurrent. Like it was big. I'm not sure, man. That was not my let me go look. Yes, but I think it'll probably have a comeback relatively soon. Netflix is just announced a Minecraft series. So, I mean, I'm guessing that they'll probably have a push relatively soon. Yeah, this is about the server from one of my friends, Kevin, when I was at SCAD. I'll try to find more. Watching this Russell high, again, just into 60-65 on NQ, really no change. Still holding our 40 on ES. Now we're just waiting for the Russell to break out and for NQ to catch this bid again in this rotation on our distribution. Just right back to our AB WAP. A minute and 30 seconds, guys, until new 15s. Russell testing highs. ES and NQ just balanced. So like Boris, like we used to sell kits for like 250 per, and I think we had about 30 kits overall. Kits were like $3.50 each, and we had like a peak player count into like 3 mil with like a concurrent on the network of probably like 300, 500K on average. And we had like an average spend of probably like 5 kits. So like it turned pretty well. And like these kits were just like items, right? Like you could have like access to items. Um, they're just like a bunch of kits that gave you like a specific set of gear, like play during the short events, and then you would just be able to like activate your kit in the game, and then it was just right. It's like once one person's left, the game ends and it refreshes and it goes back into the network, and you do it all over again. But yeah, when we were releasing kits like decently often, 350 per, $3.50. But I mean, like with the amount of players, you don't really need to charge much. And you don't just buy one kit. Like there's when you have 30 offered, like you get multiple. So if people are spending like on average, like 15 to 20 bucks per user on a free service, like it's pretty good, especially for something that just required like minimal maintenance as a live service. Then we would just add a kit. But like as college kids, it was amazing. That was like in the boom when that game was popping off. And then you had like full on networks come in, like real like game dev studios that were like fully focused on making mini games and like fully immersive experiences inside Minecraft with Java. You had like full on MMOs come out and like full teams where like a game studio would pivot into like the Minecraft network, and than just dedicate like their 30 member team developing games on there. You see the very similar thing now with Roblox, actually, where full game studios are just making mini games inside Roblox and getting paid better than if they had like released a game on Steam. I think that's kind of where the pivots happened, because Roblox will like actually pay game studios to make content. Whereas like Minecraft, you had to it was more bare bones. You had to promote it yourself, monetize it yourself. Yeah, I mean it was wild. No, it's because it's like Hunger Game style. It's basically just think of like Fortnite, right? Where you have one winner at the end. So they were all just sessions, and then like when the sessions would end, it would reset, and then you would go into a new lobby, and then the lobby would form, and you'd have like 50, 100, or 350 people per lobby, and then like once there was one person left, right, like there was a winner. Yeah, it's a battle royale, right? Hunger Games. So it's all just short session content that resets and is all automatically done. And then we just had like a ton of individual servers that could run individual instances stacked. And then we like expanded into other things, other game modes, but like that was the main focus, was something that we basically had completely automated. So it was just on us to create new kits and then generate maps, and then create the underlying like plugins that would allow us to automate everything in with our rule sets. I haven't, but that makes sense. Epic is really good about paying creators. There's a lot of money to be made on the Epic store, and I can definitely see that. Oh yeah, that's awful. This slow grind here is the worst. Yeah, I mean, I would just set smaller goals, right? Like if you can I don't know what your other income sources are, but like even making, 200 bucks a day, if you can start to manage that with a couple of evals and getting into the system, I mean, like that's really good money. Start to build off of that. People, I think, tried too much. They try to do too much. 500, 1K, 3K, 5K a day. And it's just like unreasonable. Like as soon as you can get in the mentality where you're comfortable making, one trade and making 400 bucks, 200 bucks, like buying that 50s, even with micros, like that was still a $250 trade. Like that's all you need. Now you close the app and go live your life. Like you just made more than most people make in a day on average. Like what? And soon, like with Top Step and Apex, these other services, you can now stack eval accounts. So one trade, right? You now have 5 accounts attached to it. So now you've made the same trade across all these platforms, and you now have made 250, 250, 250, 250 off of one trade, and then you're done. You close the app. You don't care about what happens in the market. You go live your life because you made your, you treat it like a job. You made your paycheck for the day. compound. Overstay your welcome, you'll lose it all. Yes, it really is. And you just start building. Once you have a system in place, like it's easy. And I don't mean like easy in the sense of like this is not a hard job to have, but like if you are able to be principled, right? And you're able to treat it as a job, you only play your setup, you look for your setup, it either happens or it doesn't, right? You only play a certain type of day. I think Varg is a great example of this, where like he'll straight just not trade on days if he's not feeling it, right? Like he has a couple bad trades in the morning. Okay, that's it. Clearly not his day. Keep the losses small, move on to the next. Wait for the setup, play it, push. And with the ability to have multiple accounts now, like you don't have to trade large size to still make large size money, because you can just stack accounts with the auto trading or with the whatever it's called, multi accounts. And I think like that's probably like the biggest benefit for beginners now is like you don't have to trade 10 ES to still make that kind of money by just passing multiple evals. And then you just like start to slowly build size, right? Once you're a bit more comfortable and you have a cushion and you can now pass evals, no problem. Like if you're still struggling on evals, then you still have work to do. And that's fine, but like recognizing that and developing a system that's going to pass those evals very efficiently is like your first goal. Once you have that down, then it's just about sticking with your system. Yeah, copy trader. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Well, what's good about like the prop firms is that you're not trading your own money, right? So if you do screw things up or you have a bad week, right? Like you're not done for, right? You can recover from that. So like what you would be putting into a live account, you can now dedicate, a third of that to evals and getting a system in place and working on it. And then all of a sudden you have a lot more security, right? It's like an insurance policy for yourself. You know that like the worst thing that can happen if you blow up an account is that you have to pay another, $30 and get another eval, which is a much better place to be in than blowing up your actual account and being down, 5, 10, 15K and now having to start from nothing, right? Like the emotional toll that's going to take on you to be tremendous. And then what do? So you take that money out once you've made money off after passing your eval, you meet your profit targets, you get a payout, and now you can build in a much more you can take safer positions, right? and build slowly while still being able to maintain those eval accounts and take payouts and start stacking money. Like, I think one of like the better systems you could have here is learn how to trade via Mario and I, right? Get pass your evals, which is very possible. I mean, we just saw Dubs pass one this week. He's been in this group for a week. Once you get that, you start actually getting your payouts. You then put some money into like a Robinhood or something like that. You start playing Braxton's options plays, right, on a smaller account. You start building now in two different ways. Now you have your evals that you've now passed, so now you're on a prop firm and you're making money there. And then you're slowly making money with some of Braxton's plays and some long-term positions, and now you're safe, right? You have nothing that is going to completely destroy you if you have a bad day. So the way that they're making money is first of all, they're making money in three different ways. They're making money off of the eval accounts from people not passing because that costs money and has zero margin, right? Because it's a paper trade account. Two, they're making money off of the activation fees. So they have an activation fee of setting you up with a real live trading account once you've passed your eval. And third, they're making money off of every single time that you have a successful trade. So they make money if you win or lose. And because they have, if you blow up your account,
Nasdaq
they are
hits an
closing your
intraday
account
record
before
high,
it
last
gets
up
into a
around
point where you are
1.3%.
liquidated and down in debt, I guess is the best way to put it. They will close your account when you hit their requirements, right? Like you meet the requirements. So like there's no like huge net loss on their end. And because a lot of these accounts are simulated, they're not actually trading on the live markets. So like there's not even a huge risk there for them in volatility as a factor. So they're like, and then like if you're really good on their network, they'll use your account as their house account to take trades, right? They will copy trade your own personal trades. So they're actually making money four ways. Yeah, they make a ton. Yes, yeah, I forgot about the resets as well. So that's five ways. And that's what funds a lot of the payouts. Because there are so many sim accounts, you're getting payouts based off of people failing evals and buying resets and stuff like that, and they're paying out like that. But like from a risk standpoint, I mean, like Top Step right now is like $30, and there was a point where it was $5 a month. $5 a month to practice learning and getting a system in place, passing an eval, and then making money is just like, I mean, that's the RR there is insane. Which is why we switched over from a mainly options focused service to a more futures orientated, because uh, the risk to reward and the payment structure that we can put in place for retail traders just makes way more sense than directional bets on a stock in a certain direction, right? And then like people go into this like gambling mindset. Begin with this, we can teach good habits without blowing up accounts and actually getting people paid out. ZS Long. Yeah, I'm so glad you're trading again, man. Did you miss it? I don't know where you ended up after your garden leave. A man's trading soybean. Crazy. Oh, true. Sorry, I'm locked in futures mindset. I forgot about Z-scaler. Holy shit. Yeah, I can look at Amazon. Yeah, I think Z-scaler looks good. Should at least be able to push up into that LVN. 177.50. In that area. Amazon, let's go. First, let's just look at what PVZ says. I mean, it just looks like it's doing what the rest of the market's doing, which is trending up, but now kind of just slow chopping up here at the highs. What are we at the gap? Yeah, we're at the gap. I mean, I think it still looks good, Maldito. Like, there's definitely a seller here, right? But we're holding highs pretty well. We've broken out of value. I think we need to get over this 180, and then we can start to go for the gap fill. We can get over that. Should be able to look higher. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's slow, man, but I mean, it still looks okay. I've been loving that rocket pistol of arc. I got a demo hatchling as well, but it was my second one. My first one was really bad. I feel like I missed someone's question earlier. Is that Jen who asked Braxton something? I don't know if he's gonna respond in here. I can look at it for you. What was it? SQ? Just remembered I saw that. A sweetness, sweetness. Looking good down here. Is it 60? Let me look at square. I don't want you to feel ignored. Yes, it's pushing. You said you're looking for 200? Holy. Might play that with you if we can get over 180. SQ. I haven't looked at Square in so long. Garbage stock. Yeah, I think I agree with what you said, Sweetness. Over 66 definitely is what you need to see. Got two big issues here right now. We've got this node above, right, which is that 66 edge to 65.40, and then we have this LVN below. This is where we want to see the bid kind of maintain here. So as long as we're looking into this and then able to push, you should be able to, for short term, see more upside if we are able to hold this 64.82, 65 edge, just this zone below off of this node is what I'd be looking for. And then I definitely think your idea of over 66s definitely gives you expansion potential. But I would expect this to rotate in this price area for a bit first before you go for that 66s. PayPal, oh my god, what's wrong with you people? PayPal looks fine. Look at this market. Why do you want to trade something that looks like this, man? Look how tight this node is. And look how, like, short the tails are. This is going to be devastating for someone. We're looking for a breach of this, and you're going to get expansion to fill this tail. I don't know what happens after that. But because of this structure, where we have such a strong... what's the word? We have such... This is a what you would call a leptokurtic distribution, right? Which usually creates something that looks something like this. You guys might be familiar with it as a expanding triangle, where you have all of your size traded in here with very small tails, which results in very volatile moves away from this basing when we actually can push out of it, and then usually reversions back to this mean. This is the problem with structure that looks like this, is leptokurtic distributions result in very tight tails with very large pronounced peaks. And that usually creates that expanding shape that you all love to look at. So I would just use PVC, to be honest. You're looking for a breach and hold here, right? Push. This is, of course, first target. We can hold above this. You get expansion up into... This is our target. If this fails, we're looking for a push, and you're looking for sell side to be able to hold below this 63, 60, 12. That should lead to more downside. But, like, that's that expanding shape that I just mentioned, right? I don't know what time frame you're wanting me to look at, to be honest. I just immediately went to the 1 minute. But look at this node above, man. What is this? Russell retesting our highs here again. No issues on NQ, still just holding our 50 bid, pushing back up to our highs on NQ and ES. Things look fine as right now. I think that like one more failure at the highs though, we need to alter our bias a bit. I'm going to give it like one more attempt, but if the Russell rejects here, then I think a larger pullback might be needed before we are able to push higher. The reason why I say that is just we're going to have buy-side exhaustion, and we're going to have to go for more for fresh liquidity. So we might need to come back down outside of this distribution that we're currently trading in, right? So we are currently in this. There's only so much liquidity that's being willing to be taken on both sides. You might need to see some buyer excitement by coming back down into our previous node before we can actually get a push. That's all I'm really saying. So, you know, we've got 1 attempt, 2 attempts, 3 attempts now at the highs. We might need to see a dip below before we get anything more. So we're just really watching this Russell high that we've been marking. We might need to see a dip back down in this 50 area on NQ and into this LV here. Just gonna be patient with it. New 15's open exactly now. Kind of a boring day, not gonna lie. PLTR is coming into our secondary target here, Maldito. Again, I think over 2286, we can go for the 2320 if we can push through. This is just the top of our previous balance. So what we're looking for is acceptance above here for continuation to retest our gap high. Just going off of our previous balance here from here to here. Do you see how we are basically just doing this rotation where we held this low, made this supportive, and now we're rotating through this area? So this is like our rotation here. My drawings are a mess today. I'm so sorry about that, but I'm basically counting this as a balance area. So I want to see acceptance over this balance for that continuation higher. Now that we've built out a decent node here, we can actually just put fixed ranges on this to have a better idea of how this node is forming, where value is. Give us an idea of where we're looking for sell side or buy side to kind of start to interact for these moves outside. So I just put fixed ranged on these consolidation areas up these highs. We can see that, again, we've got some pretty large peaks, but very tight tails. And every attempt outside of value, we look for that pushback in and that rotation back through. Right, this is just balance, but this is our excess on the edges, and then we get rotations back through value. What we're going to need to see for expansion, right, is the ability to really hold this value high here and start to do something like this. Or we expect a reversion, right, and come back down into this low. Just like we would trade with any other balance area, we expect these tails to kind of hold as sell side. We look for that look back into value, and we look for a rotation back down to our value low. So we wait for that breach back in and then that offer to lower into it. That's important. For buy side, we're just looking for this to hold, right? The ability to bid and maintain higher lows and then be able to push for that new high and start to show excitement over our daily value high. Testing our highs now here again on RTY. Ow, I don't even know what this. What would I say about NVIDIA, man? What am I supposed to say about this? What is this? Just like look at the size we're transacting up here. Like this is absorption. No movement, big node. The split's on what, the 7th? I think it's actually a board. Or maybe not. I don't know. Blame Darian. ES new high here. Really nice hold of our distribution. Still waiting for NQ to be able to break out. Need that push over 93s. Russell still holding our highs. ES kind of it's on its own, to be honest. See if we can get this Russell PID. That's hilarious, Kiz. Jesus. Pushing into our target here now on ES, 47.75. Good bit above on Russell. Waiting on NQ to be able to get over this 93. Pushing into our targets, right, on ES and NQ. My daily shoes? No, I did not. I just wear Vans, man. I just wear Vans. That, or I wear like a boot. Clarks? I've never been a big Clarks guy. They're alright though. My daily commuters are either like my pair of Red Wings that I have, which are boots, or just like Vans most of the time. Probably Red Wings. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm a big fan of these. Boots, Red Wings, the brand. Nice quality. Much higher quality than like a Doc Marten garbage. Yeah, they're decent. They're comfy. And they'll last you your entire life. Which is a prerequisite for like 80% of the things that I buy. Or I'll get stuck in analysis paralysis and never buy it. Yeah, they have a really good warranty. They'll replace the soles and whatnot. I don't think I've tried the steel-toed version. Yeah, they do. So it's like, it's a really nice fit. MQ looks good here. New 15's just open. Sorry, we're kind of yapping. I'd like to see 85s hold, ideally. This 80-85 is kind of where we're looking for this bid to maintain if we're going to push for new highs. Sellers are definitely attempting here into 90, but I think as long as 80-85 continues to see a bid, there is potential for more upside. Sorry, it's just a slow grind, guys, right? Like, it's hard to... You just kind of have to sit in a play and just let it do its thing. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think we need to see a Russell retest of the structural break first, and then we might be able to get a secondary move here. So just as before with the breakouts, we're going to be watching just a retest of our tail here, seeing if we can get some buy-side participation, watching the Russell as we come back into this. Same thing for NQ into our edge. This 80-85 will be important. And then we want to see that push over 93s, our ADR high. Just playing off a previous structure, right? Yeah, it's also just ADR high, so it works out. We've got previous month high into 23s for NQ. That's our next target on a push over 93. That's for SPY, I'm assuming. Yeah, I mean, I think you're pretty good. I mentioned it that calls would probably be good for week. You can probably play those. We'll have to see what the rest of the day does, but I think trending up is pretty likely. I think if as long as we're holding, let me go look at an actual SPY chart before I say something stupid. I don't want to give you yes figures. But like this looks pretty good, right? Like if just looking off of PVZ, holding our node, got our breakout, should be able to push. As of right now, everything just looks like trend, which is what we've been talking about all day. On the higher time frame stuff, I think you should probably risk off a little into like that 33, just our highs, right? But other than that, like I think you're fine for expansion. There's not really much more I can say on that, as it's the high, right? But We want to just watch to see how our sellers react up into that 33. I think over that, then we just keep going, right? It's just a flag. Just like we were looking at on ES with the smaller time frame stuff, all we're doing is holding where our previous seller was, right? Came back down, filled this. Now we're just looking for acceptance above, push. We just have to see how violent these guys are going to be up into this high. But as long as we're like maintaining higher lows, right, on the larger structure, then we're probably good. I think just like I was talking about before, like if that bid didn't step in here, this LVN is probably going to need to be filled back down into this 30, 31. But as long as we're kind of maintaining the bid, stepping in to hold this structure, I don't really see a reason to exit. No, 23s. But we're getting there. You guys don't have the levels indicator on? What's wrong with you? It'll even show the that high on RTH. I get it. Have a good rest of your day, Cass. Pushing into our target here now, into our previous month value high on ES, into our 47.65. We can build above and Russell can hold this pivot. Things look pretty good for continuation. So really watching this Russell reaction here as we come back into our rebid reversal line and our weekly value high, the 62.6. Understand that we are retesting our previous month value high on ES now, and have rejected, and we might need to build. Right, really watching Russell here. Can we hold previous structure? Ooh, I found a really nice Excel sheet that you guys might want to snag. We found it on Twitter yesterday, but it's better than anyone that I've ever created. It's not a virus. Share this. Here, check this out. You guys might like this. It's meant for crypto, but I think that it can be used for anything. But I really like it. Trade management, exits, trade performance, emotional log, reasons for entering the trade, additional comments, breakdowns, with graphs, with your expectancy. It's like the full entire Tradeovate P&L screen, but you can record it yourself, add visualizations. And what's great about it is the third tab called Missed Trades, which will show you can add trading view charts. You can do everything. Like it shows you in the last tab FAQ breaks down how to use the full thing. It's really nice. Here, I'll actually put this in YouTube chat as well if you want to make a copy of it. But this is a really good foundation for tracking trades and logging and actually like figuring out what needs improvement. $50? Holy. Well, if we can build here, I do think that that gap fill is pretty likely in a 20. I don't know if we get more than that. I don't. But we do have another gap above that if we can break through this balance, which will be interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. It's like you don't have to pay for Tradezilla. Just it's like I have yet to see a spreadsheet that's has as many features as that is free. I've tried to develop stuff like that in the past, and it's a lot of work. But if someone else has already done the work for me, I'm more than happy to use theirs. Yes, no problem. All right, here's our Russell test. We have a minute and 20 seconds until new 15's open. Still just an inside candle here, retesting our previous structure. but I think I've heard decent things about the one in the bottom right. Russell breaking through, bit of more of a dip than we wanted to see here, back to our original basing. Looks like we're going to have to go for that LVN to 93s. No change on NQ structure-wise. Just waiting for that Russell to find the low, watching our AV WAP. You're looking for more like psychology books, or because we recommended 2 books yesterday in class, Benjamin. I don't know if you were there for that, but those the 2 ones that we recommended yesterday are like actually really great for coming up with strategies using profiles. For like psychology stuff, I don't really look at a lot of trading material, more just overall like getting your shit together books. I think that those are a lot more useful personally. Monday, sorry. Monday we had class. Because I think that most bad habits are a deeper problem than just trading. So, like, really good self-help books that work on decision making and like figuring out your own personal demons that you kind of have to work through of greed and doubt, I think are probably like some of your more useful things, because that'll help with your actual execution. And then for like actual trading books, the ones that we recommended yesterday for actually creating your strategies, that's in my opinion more so like the easy part. And then it's just like getting your head in the right space to actually be able to execute. And that might be different for other people, right? We all have our own issues, but for me personally, like I've gone over this a bunch in the past, but like working on, I like it's always a deeper issue, right? It's always a deep, like not dealing with your problems, not accepting losses, not working on things, and being willing to, go back and like review those things. Those are all symptoms of your own like self doubt and worth, right? Like you have to be able to get over that and push through to actually grow. So like that kind of stuff is very helpful, that you can become way more mechanical. This reoffer on the Russell could get ugly. NQ really pushing for us here, but if we lose Momo on NQ with the Russell making a lower high in this 62 offer, you need to be very careful. Again, NQ is what's pushing us up here, which is fine, right? New high, great. But if the Russell starts to show weakness, then we're going to have some divergence forming, which can result in a more volatile low if NQ ever stops pushing. But really just keeping an eye on this. All right. I'm still just I'm like finally out of my 50 position. My average has now moved up to 70s. That's the only way that I could trade this. It's like anything else is just garbage. It's just you have to accept it's just gonna keep trending until we see a change, right? So just being able to maintain in that position is kind of key. So for me, like this is how I approached it. Not perfect, right? But it is what it is. It's gonna paste. Pushing into our target now. And our previous high into 23s. This is where like the PVC line really comes in, or the AP WAP. Just understanding like our shift of trend and then just playing off the previous structure, and then you just kind of have to just chill in the position as long as things are still remaining like our higher lows. Like if nothing is invalidated, you have to just consistently remind yourself like, okay, we can keep going. There's nothing that's telling us that we can't keep going. No, I get you, but it's one of those things where like unless we invalidate, like I'm just keeping a runner on. Like it is what it is. Like I get stopped out at 50s or I don't. Because like you might not get a better opportunity and it might be pretty muddy on the slow grind up. And so like finding a level that we can play off of where we know a buyer is just like, okay, now I have to chill. Step away. Let it do its thing. I have one left here into our target, by the way. 23s was our target. Need to see a push and look above, build out this area a bit. Russell was able to reclaim, which is great, off of our AP WAP. We'd like to see this now bid and hold. Same thing for ES at our 4765. We're looking to see if we can build off of this structure. Just going to add a fixed range here, just so that we can see where we're kind of what we're working with here. I'd like to see the bid maintain in this blue box if it was going to hold a higher rotation. If we have to come down further, then we're going to probably be looking for something like this, which is a push down into the bottom edge of our node, recovery of that edge, and then new high. Those are the two long setups that I'm watching for here. Ideally, bids maintain anywhere in this like 46 to 47.65, right? Just this very small range. And what we're looking for is the ability to push over and come up into our ADR high here. '64s is going to be tough on the Russell, I think. It's going to mark it because I can just see a shitload of volume being traded there. I mean, it's ridiculous how much compared to everywhere else. If we can get over 64s and bid, it'll be a good sign, but there's some pretty large deltas there. Testing into it now. when we don't have like new targets and levels and structure to play off of, like the only thing that we have at our disposal is, wait, I guess two things. We have two things. We have footprint, right, to let us know where previous buyers were in the most recent auctions, and then we have our larger structure on our volume profile. So like if we have only those two aspects to really look at to develop uh, where bounces are going to occur in trend, like that's really it, right? Like I can make fib targets and do extensions, but like they're all very it's not real, right? It's only real if other traders are selling there. So I want to stay in this position until I see a very active seller, because we are at the all-time highs, right? So until I see someone stepping in who wants to sell, I'm going to continue to regard it as a buying auction. And until I see that seller step in, why would I close full position? You get me? It's just trend. So like until buyers are happy and content with where we're at, and we've now pushed too far and they're unwilling to participate, then we can start to be like, okay, this is it. That's enough. But until then, like I have to just go with the people who are pushing the price until we see that seller step in and be like, hey, this is enough. We will continue to maintain. And that's not like some like crazy new insight, but it's something that you have to constantly remind yourself of in trend, where it's like, okay, what is our objective? Our objective is always going to be playing with a participant that's visual, like that we can visualize, and like there's very clearly buyers in the market. And so if we can find these levels to play off of, play with them, right? We should do that, and trying, instead of trying to uh get the exact top. So I'm of course going to close some into structural levels that we have, like our previous high at 23s. But like over that, then it's just going to be playing, pullbacks for continuation until we see a break of the higher lows and higher highs. If things want to keep pushing, they'll keep pushing. Don't be aggressive trying to short something just because you think it's too high. Remember, your one lot doesn't do shit.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. $76 counterparties take $371.841 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
They're trying to the same people who did what is it, the Biden coin and Trump coin. They're doing one for Olympics, Rodin or whatever. Wonder if it'll catch on. This is the alpha that I go on Twitter for. This is what I basically. Now that is real alpha there. What a useless post. Martin Luther. What is that? Oh, you mean like Drem? No. I never got into those, man. I missed that boat. I just have all the Pepe crap. The only like real meme coin, I don't want to say real meme, but like I've got like Book of Meme, I've got Pepe, I've got Apu. Just like the memes I understand, you know? I'm not on Twitter enough to understand like half of what crypto is talking about. We look to see if buy side's willing to absorb here into this LVN on ES. Russell retesting our structural node. Just coming back down to our basing here. Again, just a bit more volatile onto our NQ all-time high with Russell bubble topping. We're just waiting for these to find bases, unless we can see like a very clear shift. NQ back to our basing here. ES back to our main node. Russell still holding. I need to see the Russell, I think, make a new low for me to change my bias at all. This is just our POC shift on ES and NQ that we're coming back into. Great job. Watching this 93 on our offer here on NQ. See if we can get back over, or if this is our first lower high. So far, a solid bid off of 80s, though, just where we thought price would be able to hold. Yes, a bit more murky with the Russell and NQ both pulling down, a bit more volatile, I think. But structurally, everything is very sound. I think that this is probably still in play. Let me actually mark that. We're looking for a recovery of that 45, and then the pushback over 47s for upset. Or expect your offer to be sitting here on this edge. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's just tough, right? Because like we're still trending higher. So like the overall, like all I'm looking for is pullbacks until I see that shift. It's the same thing I was talking about before. It's like, yes, this is clearly the highs. There's clearly people wanting to sell, but until I see the shift of trend and buyers like not buying every pullback, like what am I gonna do? Be on the wrong side of a trade that gets immediately bought? Okay, yeah, we can play it down, right? Little scalps back to our previous structure, but you don't want to be on the wrong side of this trade. It will feel bad. Today is like another perfect example of how PVC can be useful. Like on the break of our reversion zone, holding it as supportive, AVWAP holds, and then it's just reversions back to that mean until we see that shift below our AVWAP. Like, okay, well, what are we looking for? We need to get over 95, it looks like, off of this 80 hold if we're going to get continuation or expect the offer to maintain there to that 90-95. Nicely done, Ty. Tough. Oh boy. Nice, Chrome. They really brought Trinity in on this new Star Wars show, the Acolyte.
Putin says we are able to find solution in relations with the EU.
Interesting. June 4th, the Acolyte. I feel like the Star Wars series has so much potential, and they just ruin it every time by making like mediocre garbage. Hustle back up to our highs here. They'll really need to see this look above on RTY for more, or we're just going to continue to rotate. NQ looks fine into our reversal line here, into our LVN. This is if an offer was going to step in. This is where I would expect it to be, into this 10-12 area. Needed to see that look above 23s for more. Again, just with our LVN here and this being our offer point, just expect sell side to try to push down here. If we can push above and make it supportive, right, then we just look for up. Not really. Again, the only thing that we really have to go off of is previous structure. So we just want to be always transacting into these edges, into our AVWAP. As long as our POCs are holding and we're still making higher lows, everything's fine. It's just a pullback in trend. We'll see if they can actually push us over this all-time high in regular market segment, or if we're gonna have to wait until blowbacks when it's a little less liquid. ZS is mooning 4%. Big. Good job, Crom. Is that a top step? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, hopefully they actually like embed that into their system soon. Makes no sense that they'll allow you to do it, but then just not pay you out. Really don't like that. Feels slimy. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you'll really prefer them once you actually start getting payouts through them. It will feel much nicer from what I've seen. Did he tell you about the ghost in the shell? The one algo to rule them all? What's that meme? How was that posted yesterday? The crypto one? Find it. This is how I feel. This is what I think is like perfect for ICT. What's an ICT trader? It's just someone that it's a trading system that was developed by this guy. He's very popular on Twitter and YouTube. He goes by ICT, and he rebrands content, the new name, and then as a yeah, I don't really know. I mean, he's obnoxious. His following is even worse. Very cult-like following. I don't know if I have all that, bro. I'm just here, man. I really don't know how people do it without just like buying and holding. Yeah, I mean these all-time highs are gonna be rough, guys. I don't know. And we'll see if we get more. We just have to wait for someone to get off sides and then we can play with it. Until then, it's gonna be really choppy here. Like this buyer is kind of offsides up at 20, 26 now, but like we're still just ranging. We get a seller who's a bit offsides into that 80 low, and now it's just chopping between the two. Very boring. For Monday's class, I don't know if Mario has posted it yet. I think he said he had trouble with the upload. I don't know if Acidic posted. Let me check. Let me I'm gonna send Mario a message and see if he can upload. Or if he did. I'll let you know what he says. You want like a candle countdown was? Let me see if I can find you one. Try this. It'll be off of your whatever time frame you're on. If you're on TOS, there's a really great resource. Let's see if I can. I think this isn't private. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for this. Here, check this group out. It's just a huge library of TOS scripts with summaries. This one guy catalogs. Failed to load. The Discord link or the indicator? me see if I can find a different channel. It might be private. I'm not too sure. Entry. Here, try this link. Oh wait, it's the same one. You joined it? Okay. I don't I don't know what to do then. Just go to the entry section and click the thing that you need to gain access to all the channels once you've joined the Discord. Yeah. Should be in this section here. Then you just click that blue button. Weird. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I didn't want to say that, Baldino, but that's basically all I got. Okay, good. I'm glad that worked. That's probably the best catalog of indicators with descriptions that exist. If you want something a bit more experimental, there's this group that Mobius is in, who's probably the best ThinkScript coder. But it's more of a chat room than a anything else. So I don't know if you're gonna find a lot in there, but that first one that I sent you is very good. But if you have questions about things, and Mobius is usually pretty quick to answer. Good guy. This is looking pretty good so far. Nvidia can break this high. Things don't look terrible. Russell finally got over that seller. Just want to see us be able to hold here now. 48 is kind of our pivot on ES. Want to see buy side really willing to take into that. NQ still in a pretty tough spot because we're still just at this area where these buyers are off sides from this 20 to 26. I think it probably looks the worst out of all of them, which is interesting. But like it's still fine structurally, but we need to get over this the seller at 20s, man. Let's see if we can get this look above now. I just saw this tweet from Ripster. This is what the liquidity looked like at 1200s on the video. Look at the size on that. Oh shit. Yeah, exactly, Sauce. Baidu? Oh boy. That is liquidity waiting to be taken on that in that picture. They're trying to get filled up there. So it's just passive liquidity that's sitting there. I don't know what it looks like now because I don't have bookmap. I don't know how much of that got filled and how much was pulled. But from how long we were sitting up there, I would assume that a lot of it was taken. What are you using for options flow now, Gamma? Now that you don't have your terminal. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a short-term scalp alert for finding local pivots, just basically where we're seeing it's a trading view indicator that we've now turned into an alert. That's all. So you see, I don't know if you're looking at the stream, but like when these print, these white arrows, it's printing that as soon as that's coming, and then it's putting it into chat as well. We can see like our reactions off of those. That is all. Too high on ES. I think he's still battling with this guy. PVZ is just opened at 27 and 70. No change really from our levels. Battling with our ES ADR and Russell ADR. Would love to see us hold over 52s. There's not a ton of structure until we get back down into 50-48, but I think 50-48 is now just like really our go-to for any dips. We can move this up. Watch this. Do this 50. Are you using the one off of levels or Patty? Adam? Really? Are you on ETH or RTH? I am on RTH. See if that fixes it. This is all I see on Baidu for today. I might be missing some, I'm not sure. All right, let's see if we can get one more dip buy here. We're looking for dips to get bought into this, into this, into this. Watching this 50 to 48 edge on ES as Russell comes into 64s. Same thing for NQ as we come into this LVN here. We'll see if there's anything that we can play off of. This is where I'd be expecting buy side to be present if we were going to continue higher for the short term. What are these AVGOs? AVGO. No, I know what it is. Sorry, I saw a options flow on the YOLO scanner. All things. They're 1450 calls for the 7th. A little too expensive for a YOLO for me. Good volume on it though. This is from another scanner. What's popped up on it so far today. This is just only small cap, single directional, buy side only. I don't know if there's actually anything useful in that, but I was just looking through some old scanners. New high in Russell off of our hold of our 65s into our ADR here at 67s. It'd be really nice if we could get some movement. Get me out of here. Holy. We're trying so hard to push. This 3-bar, man. I don't know. Watching this 20 bid as we push in on NQ. See if buyers can hold the higher low here, or if we're just going to do another oscillation.
Seeing NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $74.07 a barrel, which is up 82 cents or 1.12%. A diesel July futures settling at $2.30. Gasoline July futures at $2.35. NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at $2.75.
New high on NQ from the hold of our 20 bid. I don't know how much more we're going to get, guys. This thing is just like so. The grind is real. See if we can get some excitement, but I think we might need RTY to move with us. And if it just wants to continue to oscillate, it's going to be an incredibly slow grind up. We really want to see us break and hold these highs on RTY for continuation. ES, again, looks by far the best with that 3-bar that we were just talking about, the push out. But NQ's getting a bit stuffed here. This is good. Nice, nice, nice.
So US index is extending
ADR
gains
high
here.
here.
S&P 500 up a whole percent now.
Watching Russell into the high of our range. See if that acts as a local top or if we can actually get some movement over 67s. My current view is that as long as Nvidia is pushing, market's probably okay. But my more immediate concern is that the Russell is kind of trapped here,
Comments from Russia's Putin
and we should be looking
says
for
Russia
local
and China
highs
will
into this
continue
Russell
holding
pacing.
joint military drills.
So we just kind of watch for pullbacks as Russell approaches these highs until we can push above and bid. And we just use this as basically like a oscillator for the overall market. We can see buyer now really trying with sides with this like 25-30 lifting from the 20s. So we're just seeing like a bit more size coming on up this tail now on NQ. But again, now we really need to see 25 stay bid, I think. There's always someone yapping. Russell looking into our high. See if it can maintain. Again, this 25-30 is really what we're looking for. I want to see PVZ, our PVZ high holds and the ability to build at this tail. Watching NVIDIA flag as well at previous structure. Pushing now into it. Russell's still rejecting that 67. The idea of that oscillation is still in play. Watching again this bid from our 25-30 area on NQ if we're going to be able to maintain momentum on tech. That's just kind of playing off of this push on NVIDIA, right? Can we now hold previous structure as supportive and kind of continue these higher lows for that push up? Can we hold our PVZ edge and kind of build off of previous structure for trend continuation? All I want is some actual movement. I don't care which way. Give me speed. NVIDIA new high, held our pivot. Just waiting on the Russell to figure out if it needs to do the full rotation down or if we can hold a higher low here.
And Saudi Arabia sets July Arab light crude oil official selling price to Asia at plus $2.40 versus Oman Dubai average, according to Aramco. And Saudi Arabia sets July Arab light crude oil official selling price to Northwest Europe at plus $3.10 versus the ICE Brent average, according to Aramco. And Saudi Arabia sets July Arab light crude oil official selling price to the United States at plus $4.75 versus ASCII. And Brent crude futures settle at $78.41 a barrel. That's up 89 cents or 1.15%.
I don't know if Zach Morris could dress any more like a tool. Like, that has to be a persona, surely. That's a good one. Ooh. I'm out 1/4 of my position here from this 25.30, just as we push up into our highs. Got liquidity at 44. That'll be our next target if we can get over this most recent high and build. Looks like we just want to hold like our, what's this? It's like 32, 35 areas now, really what we're looking for to stay bid. Watch the Russell approaches the high of our oscillation again. ES and NQ retesting highs. NVIDIA is still holding. $20K and NQ today? I don't know, man. Today's like today is one of those days where like it's great if you're in a position off of a really nice pivot, but it feels absolutely terrible for short-term trading. And I just don't know how much more room we have up before we need to fix some of the structure. I can definitely see this getting some good continuation if we can maintain these highs. But once we start slowing down like this, it just feels bad. Like I just, it becomes very doubtful that we continue pushing. Like I want that speed that we had earlier today. Like this 25-30 area was good for a quick scalp, but like, we need follow through. And without the Russell and NQ pushing, it just is such a slow grind. NVIDIA, of course, doing what we want, right? It was just higher low, higher low, higher low, channeling up, but and that will most likely result in NQ continuing to push, ES continuing to push, but if that's like what the market's got going for it, right? Like it's very dependent on that momentum continuing. And Russell just seems so locked into the 67. So locked. But like this this NQ structure was really nice to play off of. You visualize it like this. Actually, let me make a better. Second. So like look at what our NQ structure looks like on this 15-minute footprint. You see how we like are just kind of chopping and there's no real rhyme or reason on on those POCs. Do you see when we break out and we retest where that first box is that I drew? That's that test into that 20. Like that is incredibly important for me to actually think that we were going to get any sort of move up. And now like this push off of the 30 is incredibly important because it's like if we're going to start trending again, we want to start seeing these buyers step in at these higher prices and be able to maintain that previous candle POC and where these deltas are. And that was like the only real sign of any life that I've seen in a bit on NQ. So I don't want to touch anything in that chop that was in the box below. But like that ability to push out and then bid there, it was my go. The problem is like again, Russell stuck. So like now all we have is like these very local pivots to play off of. And if like we lose 30s here, then okay, we're back down to this 20. And it's like, okay, like 10 points, 20 points. It's nice for scalps, but I want more and I want a bit more speed so I don't have to be in this trade for 3 hours. That was our like first sign of life though, that we wanted more. Welcome back. What are you ordering? What's the go-to?
And crude oil futures rise by more than $1 to $78.53 a barrel in post-settlement trade.
Sorry, I was 2 cheeseburgers, large fries, strawberry Fanta. That's a decent order. What's the over/under on you actually getting that shake by DoorDash? That's what I'm thinking. I'm out another 4th here into this new high as Russell is attempting the top of our range. Just gonna leave the rest of my position now, runner, see if we can get the break, but not relying on it, understanding that the 67 has been a vital pivot. I'm a big fan that we held this 30-35 on NQ on the rebid. Now it's just about, can Russell break out? NVIDIA balancing right now, so just paying attention to that. Holy moly. The speed, man.
So the Treasury Department buyback targets coupons maturing 2044 to 2054 and accepts 20 of 30 eligible issues in the debt buyback.
Full range rotation on NQ. Russell's still trying to battle with the highs, but nothing here yet. Immediate bid off of our 27. See if the Russell can hold above. Would be nice. Stopped at the high. You try buying 40s? That's rough if you did. A good look on the Russell so far. If we can hold this, let me actually mark it. 66.40. 65.70. Now I need to see the bid kind of maintain here, just like we did with this lower area. Nvidia new high. Russell's able to break out, and things look fine, right? It's just we're trading all-time highs. It is not just a straight shot up. This is uncharted waters. $17. Probably not, you say? I believe. I'm not playing music through here unless you can hear it, Cass. People voted that they no longer wanted music, so I stopped, and I'm just doing it personally so that they can listen to their own stuff. I was thinking about doing like a voice music bot that people could turn on if they want it, but never really followed through on that one. Yeah, it's just rough. If I was on Twitch still, I wouldn't mind because then I can just play it without getting the stream getting kicked from the platform midstream. It would just meet the VODs at the end, but YouTube is really sensitive. Like they'll stop my stream if they hear copyrighted music in midstream. It's ridiculous. But it was nice to fill some of the dead air, as it would. Big retest here on the Russell as we push back into this potential buy side liquidity that I want. Really want to see something like significant happen here from buyers. Want this bid to hold. If Russell comes back into this range, I just am not going to be happy with that. I want this higher low structural hold. I was playing Suno, but I don't know why I stopped. I think it was just after the vote, people wanted their no music. I was fine with the Suno stuff, but I don't know if everyone else is. It's hard, man. I need like two voice like voice channels where like people can like mute just that one, which I guess we have technically with Discord, but I don't know. They just released version 3 of Suno. I haven't played around with it at all, but I'm excited to. Nice job, Cass. Dubs, man, you live under a rock. You remember Atlas Trading, that group that went to the SEC was investigating? Yeah, it's that guy. $3. Nvidia new high. Russell at the bottom of my zone. I don't really want us going lower than this. Need to see that bid step in here. I feel like any lower, then we just go back to 64s if we can't maintain this bid on RTY. Yeah, it's very strange, Flex. I don't really get it. Like, do we really need another exchange in Texas? Good shit, come out. Eight funded accounts. Holy. What's crazy about that, man, is like $200 a day on 8 accounts. Like that's good money. That is good money.
Nvidia overtakes Apple in market value as 2024 gains hits 147%.
This Russell break is concerning. We are solely relying on Nvidia to carry us right now. This is our saving grace here. This ES structure on the 15. One node to rule them all. I mean, that's good money, man. Rather be working at Starbucks? Yeah, exactly. My brother is in hell right now. They just put him into a new store where he's supposed to take over for the GM, and the old GM came back and is trying to battle for the position, and he has his district manager and his regional manager in the store with him, trying to like solve this dilemma of him trying to get promoted, with the old manager basically like coming back from a leave of absence for emotional trauma. My man is in shambles right now. The amount of corporate entities that are in his space. Yeah, it's Starbucks, so you can take a leave of absence for emotional damage. It's actually like the same thing that happened to me when I was his age, when I was at Chipotle. It's like you become like a keystone for basically like training new stores, and they just like throw you around at like the shittiest locations possible to try to help. But then you're like stuck in that position, and if things go bad, then you're like the linchpin. Feels so bad. Yeah, I did. This was like I don't know, 14 years ago, 12 years ago. I don't even know at this point. Makes me feel old thinking about it. Are they way smaller? I heard people are complaining about it. Oh, they're bigger? Wait. I think you got someone was feeling you, Camille. I think you got the VIP treatment. Oh, so they're trying now because of the backlash from TikTok. Gen Z wins again. Yeah, yes, Flex, they are. This offer holding on Russell is gross, man. Ugh. Adrian. Mm, so good. I forgot Panera existed. Do you know Kava's a stock? They're publicly traded. Learned that the other day. We don't have Kavas here. That was the first time I heard it was Rory talking about how he was going there. It's just like a healthier version, or what? Mediterranean? Oh, that sounds good. A little nod. I hope so, Surf. I really do. If I had to guess, it's going to be profit taking in the last 30 minutes, if anything. But we'll see. Ain't no way we'd stay up here, right? Surely. Like people are just gonna leave us up here. I don't know. I feel like we have to repair some of this overnight, and then we can pop and have a new high in the morning. I'm really just focused on this Russell divergence because, like, again, like if as long as Nvidia is holding higher lows, like the overall trend is probably up. But if Russell like can't get back over this pivot, then we start to have like an actual divergence playing. Short now? I don't, not yet, Robert. I don't think. Got to be very careful here. We have MOC very soon. I need to see a break of the higher lows. So like what we're looking at right now, Robert, is if you're going to take a short, the short trade is into 27s, right? This is our current range that we're trading within. For a short continuation, we need to see 27 become a resistance, and then we can trade back down into 900. You see how we have these two nodes here? So understanding where your target is pretty key. This is the rotation in which we can just traverse back and forth, right? This is our current auction. Same thing for ES, but this is even a tighter range where we're looking for buyers to be active in here and push us over. And we can traverse back down into this 52 where we have this node. So what we want to see is, I think a good, easy way to visualize this is a look below our anchored VWAP, this going offer, and then a continuation down. This is our anchored VWAP here. Do you see this? Do you see on the Russell how we have made it our resistance? So it's already doing that concept that I was talking about, which is why I'm a bit iffy. So right now we're looking for pullback buys into this zone on NQ and ES because this is the bottom of our auction, our current auction off this distribution. The things that are going to be concerning is what happens if the Russell can't get over this. And at the lower tails of these distributions, we see a very weak bid, and then the Russell breaks down as we're testing these lows. That will most likely result in a larger rotation down to this previous liquidity. So we just need to be paying attention here and watching to see how we react into the bottom edges of these nodes. I don't want to call a short in trend, it's going to feel really, really terrible if we get the MOC bounce into this, right? Because we're just holding our higher lows. So I'd rather be a little bit patient here, wait to see that shift, and then get in it. I think if you were going to take a short, again, like the Russell's the only one that has a very clear showing. Everything else, this is our pullback level back to our 27s on NQ, and back into this like 56 on ES. Yeah, exactly, a trend break. We need to see sellers that are actively willing to push us below where previous buyers were, right? Because what does that mean if we see something like that? Well, if buyers are no longer looking at every dip buy as an opportunity, and that bid, right, where these buyers previously were, is no longer an area of interest for people to push price back up, and we flip below it, and this is now where sellers are located, right? Then we have a shift of value. So then we have to figure out, okay, well, if sellers are now here where buyers have been over and over again, and we look into it and they're now willing to push this down, where was the last area where buyers saw value, right? So that's going to be coming down into this basing here, because we can see that this is where our previous auction looked like. This was the high, this was the low. So if you did take a short, right, this is your first target, and this is where we start to look for interest from buy side. As we push down into this like 2530 on NQ, and again into our LVN on ES. What we're watching for is for the Russell to probably come down into 64s, I would guess, for a bid attempt. Again, just we've been talking about this divergence on the Russell with that pivot shift. It does look weak, I agree. But if you scroll out, it looks pretty strong, right? Pushing into our 64s now on the Russell. Let's see if we can find a local bottom here, or if this will be our leading indicator now that we have fully rotated this range. You see how that's just a much better pullback location for a buy as of right now? Need to see that look below there because we know that there's passive liquidity sitting there. So when it becomes resistance, that'll be a much better shorting location. But as of right now, that's where we know buyers are willing to transact. If we continue to make lower highs, right, then we can have a start of a trend down. And that's very easy to look at and see, right, just visually. Lower highs, channel, lower highs, channel, lower highs. That's not going to work on that one. Channel. But we need to see that break below and that show that willingness to make where previous support was resistance. Is the news mod not working today? What's going on? I didn't hear MOC. Did you guys? Early MOC? Weird. NVIDIA holding lower highs, Russell holding lower highs, pushing into the bottom of our zone. Weak bids so far. This line, this is really messy. So this is 10 points, just playing off 27s, understanding that that's buy-side liquidity. Russell holding our pivot still, yes, holding our pivot still, just rotating the distribution. The thing that needs to happen, though, for a shift to actually get some continuation here is we need to see a break of these lower highs on NVIDIA. I'm thinking NVIDIA can kind of go sideways here as if the Russell can catch a bid, but if both of them are still weak, then it's going to be still a very weak auction, and that'll be all she wrote. Later-wise. If you are playing off of this 25-30 area, again, just move stops up to at least break even. We are in MOC. At the end of MOC, we expect a bit more volatility, so just taking profits back into our reoffer here makes the most sense to me. I don't know about you. Hopefully I prevented some bad shorts there. Yeah, I mean the long was on the edge, right? You don't long here. You longed at 27, or you longed at 56 on ES, or the Russell bottom, right? Like that's why we watched that edge. Trying to play for expansion now, it just feels funky unless we can get a bunch of speed. I'm out. I have 2 contracts left. I'm out 3 from 30s. Watch our POC rejection potential into 65.7. I'm glad you came back to break even, Kiz. That's great. Good recovery. Today was hard. Today was hard. I will give you that. If you didn't get in and just kind of hold, like I was talking about, it feels terrible. This is our POC test on RTY. Let's see if we can get back over. This is your full range rotation. NQ testing highs. Out one more here, just one runner left. I'll wait for MOC before I position anymore. Break even stop, 30s. That was a great question, Robert. Perfect timing. I'm gonna delete this just so it's out of the way. We understand what we're looking for. We're gonna get more down. Just move the things over. Delete this on the Russell as well. And delete this on NQ. This expanding structure on the 15 is so gross. Look at this thing. Ooh. So gross. All right. How many more minutes until MLC close? 8 minutes. I really want you guys to start focusing on these distributions and under like looking at these LVN areas as your auction pivots. Do we understand like this concept yet? Is this like really starting to click of how this is like our current auction where we're trading in between? This is the break of our old auction. We get expansion here, right? That creates an LVN. We get LVNs because we have speed, right? Movement, and we don't have to come back and retest. So this is like our auction pivot. This is our next auction. We watch how price reacts in this area. If we start trading below, right, then it's like, oh, okay, we're going to then trade into this next auction. You can just look at the market like that, and you're going to have a much better understanding of where you should be looking short and where you should be looking long, right? Like, we need to see that seller there to push us down, or it's just a buying opportunity. And this is how retail gets screwed over and over again. Is it's like, oh, we're going to get the breakdown, and then you take your short here, and it's actually a long. I'm going to delete these channels because that was just to explain at the lower highs. I don't expect too much more here until we either see the Russell be able to reclaim POC and start to build above, or we are probably just going to get another rotation of this range. NVIDIA is still holding this structure, right? No new high, still holding these lower highs. So we're dependent on the Russell and NQ to really flag here, and for NVIDIA to get over this offer that's here, right? We want to see a higher low, the ability to bid, and then push. Looking back at this action, can you clearly now see these Russell pivots that we're talking about? This shift in structure here, this push down, does this start to make sense? What I was looking at for that weakness, and how we could look at this Russell pivot on this push below this node. Do we see where this is in location to ES's high here? And if we do the same thing to our NQ high, creating that leg down back to balance. And that creates two opportunities, right? Either you can short into it, or you can be like, oh, okay, I understand that we have weakness and I should be looking for a pullback into this area back to the bottom of our balance because we have a market that isn't in an uptrend anymore on the short term. And that this weakness can cause a rotation back to where buy side liquidity was. Yeah, actual megaphone. Okay, well, first of all, that wasn't the reason why. Is when we were trading, everything isn't a megaphone, right? It's a very specific type of action. And the argument was that lines that are not horizontal have a lot less merit. Yeah, it was meditation. Putting like 20 lots of risk on at the edge of your magic line is not a way that you successfully trade long term. Like, it works until it doesn't. And then all of a sudden, like, we push through. Tell that to Harry Wang. Well, there was a while there where Harry Wang was on quite the loss streak. I don't know, man. Ooh, that's not a bad deal. Is that for everyone, sir? Or sauce? Let me tag top step. I would expect this push down surf to be a little bit lower than 27. I'm watching this liquidity into this 15 to 20. That's kind of my target here for the next bid if it was going to happen. We've got an edge here. It's our first look below our LVN on ES, pushing down into that 52. 27 buyers still showing their hand, but the offer is holding us pretty well. Waiting for the offer to look below 27s for that last movement down into 15s. If buy side's going to be able to push, I'd expect that to be there into that 50. Failure there, it's going to be a full
So we're looking
rotation
now
of the
to
node.
the market on close imbalance. S&P 500 seeing a sell side of 1.1 billion. Nasdaq 100 sell side 285 million to the sell side. Dow 30 170 million to sell. With the Mag 7 all sales at almost 200 million.
Yeah, but this is where we look for our offer now on the look below. We have to get back into this auction. So watching this 57 to see if sell side's going to react is really important. Same thing for our 40s here on NQ. It's a good first risk off if you did buy the dip into 20s on NQ or the 52 on ES. Good first, just as we come back up to these POCs. It was really quick. Just think of this as an offer until the Russell can break out of this range. When sell side's serious, this will be our resistance, I promise you. Off of this 52 test. POC offer still holding on ES from 52s. Russell attempting to bid above. Good sign, good sign. Let me see if I can scroll up and find this footprint chart. It's the same thing that I was talking with earlier. I am out here. Let's see if we can get some continuation on a push above, but risking off into the high across the board. 62s can go, then I agree. We can probably get a bit more movement. I'd like to see Russell bid again, ideally, to be honest. Russell back into our value high. Move stops up if you're still in. Really nice continuation there. Russell's still within our value though. See if we can get anything more. And NVIDIA retesting our highs. Really nice hold and push. Did you actually take the APGO? Is it doing well? Oh yeah, look at that. I have no clue what happens with that. But I do see that these are up 46%. Surely we get a 1,000-point move here. Was me walking through that at least good for you to not take a bad short? Like, hopefully. Like, even if you didn't catch the long, hopefully you didn't, like, short the bottom, right? Please? Okay. Telling you, like, we will know when sell side is very clear. Okay. It's so easy to get into that mentality of like, oh, we're too high, we got to go down, and then like we go another 100 points, right? Like, just it will be clear. Yeah, like I just press market surf. And it's, you can see like I didn't get the perfect fill, but like I have an understanding of where we want that bid to be, and once I see that bid stepping in into that area, right? Like I just go for it. Like it is what it is. Just do it. Click the button. I don't need to get filled at 20. I just need to know that buyers are attempting there and we're lifting off of it. Uh, yeah, I think rolling some of your profits from PLTR is fine. Looks fine. Looks good. I don't know if you're going to have time to roll with the amount of time that's been provided in that update, but I don't mind it. You should be mostly out of that PLTR position. Max upside was 35, I believe. Are you holding that AVGO? Holy shit. Look at that close. Yeah, alright, good. That's I don't know what happens, man. I just thought it looked interesting on flow. It'll open in the money door, surely, now that you closed. Oh, you know what? They risked off a decent amount of them, it looks like, into at 2:51 p.m. Let me look at that. 51.
S&P 500 and the Nasdaq Composite register the record closing highs.
Yeah. Looks like some are still open, but I definitely see opened at 209, sold some at 251. All right, well, hopefully today wasn't miserable for all of you. it's really hard on grindy trend days to find openings, but hopefully the few trades that we did find and the few pivots we did find were good enough. Looks like a couple people got funded today. Tomorrow should be good. If you took anything out of today, it's just like understanding like days like today, you find a pivot, and as long as everything's maintaining, you just stick with it. It's trend, right? Like you have to know the difference between trend and balance and when you can just leave a position open to run. It is so important understanding what kind of day type we're in. Like if nothing is invalidating, just let it be. You might not get that opportunity again, right? But I will see you all tomorrow morning. Have a good rest of your day.